thank these gentlemen for their service, and any of you that are veterans in the crowd, thank you for your service. We ask your continued prayers for those who are stationed either here at home or overseas somewhere, especially as we celebrate this 250th anniversary of this great nation. I'd ask that you still remain standing. We'll offer a word of prayer. Great and glorious God, we thank you for an evening together that we didn't know whether we were going to be able to get in or not. Lord, we thank you for the beauty of this weather. We look around, we see the crops just flourishing. Sometimes we get a little disgusted or disappointed with maybe too much rain or not enough rain. Lord, help us to let you be in charge. It is your earth. We're only visitors here. Help us to be good stewards as we take care of the things that you gave us to do. We ask that you would help us to take care of one another. Help us to be ever mindful of the needs of others, those who are less fortunate than we might be. Help us to help wherever possible, to do it with a cheerful heart. Help us never to forget the freedom that we too often take for granted. Help us to realize that it was paid for by the blood of soldiers around the world. Thank you for this good day. Thank you for the rain holding off that we can have this time together. We ask your blessing on everyone gathered here this evening. Keep us all safe, we pray. Help us to have a good time and to give you all the honor and glory. In the precious name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to go with tractor and truck pulling action here tonight for the final session of 2026 at the Bunker Hill Shootout. So our class lineup for tonight, we are going to kick things off with the single-engine modified tractors, followed by the limited pro tractors, super stock four-wheel drive trucks, classic super stock tractors, and rounding out the evening, two classes of street diesel. We'll have the hot and cold street diesel trucks rounding out the evening. So we are just moments away from being ready to go. So our first class coming to the track tonight, the single engine modified tractors. If you're here on a regular basis, you have seen the Hot Rod V8s. They were here last night, so the Hot Rod V8's a very early form of modified tractor pulling. So kind of the next progression in the rise of modified tractors. The V8 engines in a stock tractor chassis were replaced with V8 engines being put into tube-style chassis. These tractors are running on alcohol versus regular pump gas, running the big 30-inch rear tires on these tractors. But they are naturally aspirated, limited to one single engine. So we'll wait to get word from trackside as we are just about ready. Want to remind everybody while we got a couple moments here, make sure you grab something to eat, something to drink back there at the food stand. While you're back there, check out the official Bunker Hill merchandise stand. Pick up one of those official shirts for 2026. Also hats, koozies, lots of great merchandise. So head on back here to the merchandise stand. Also, there is a free pedal tractor pull. Starts at 7 o'clock. So if the kids are looking for something to do, they can go back there behind the food stand in the main grandstand. There is a pedal tractor pull going on back there. So it looks like they are just about ready, getting everything set with the sled down there. getting all the track crew ready to go, making sure everything is right and ready. Our first tractor getting ready to come to the line out of Jamestown, Pennsylvania. Ford power on this machine. This is going to be Rod Harnett with the tractor called the Super Hunky. While we got a moment here too, if you want to head on over to cspulling.live, you can go ahead over there and do the fan favorite picks. Pick out what tractor or truck you think is going to win each class tonight. Also, that allows you to follow along with all the lineups, live results, and live points at cspulling.live. Also, we are live streaming on CS Pulling Promotions social media platforms, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. So if you know somebody that couldn't make it out to the pool tonight and wants to watch along, they can head on over to CS Pulling Promotions, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Always streamed live and free. We are actually streaming 2 events tonight. The other crew is over at the Butler Farm Show in Butler, Pennsylvania, streaming for the Western Pennsylvania Tractor and Truck Pullers. So 2 events going on the live stream tonight. And we want to thank all of our live viewers at home tonight watching. A big shout out to all of our live followers. And while we got a moment, I'd like to thank our platinum sponsors for the Bunker Hill Shootout in 2026. Stratton Chevy All-Stars, a proud supporter of tonight's tractor pull, located on State Route 14 in Beloit, Ohio. Stratton Chevy is dedicated to providing quality vehicles, dependable service, and a strong commitment to customer satisfaction. Their team proudly serves drivers throughout the area with both new and pre-owned vehicles, along with expert automotive service. We appreciate their support for tractor pulling and local community events. For sales and service, Stratton Chevy can be reached at 330-537-3151. We also want to thank Leyden Oil Company for supporting tonight's pull in Youngstown, Ohio. Leyden Oil Company supplies fuels, lubricants, and specialty chemicals to industries including automotive and manufacturing. With more than 100 years of experience, the company is committed to providing quality products and dependable service to customers throughout the region. We appreciate their continued support. Leyden Oil. So while we're getting ready to go, I'd like to thank a few of our gold level sponsors: Chrome Depot, C. Tucker Coat, Rogers Mill, and CTM Labeling Systems. So the word trackside is we are set to go. So our first competitor getting ready to fire up back there in the staging area out of Jamestown. This is Rod Harnett with the Ford-powered machine called the Super Hunky. Alcohol V8 power coming to the line. This is a new class making its debut tonight here at the Bunker Hill Shootout. We've seen modified tractors here in the past. This is the first time the single engine modifieds have been here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this first division getting set to go. If you've got small children, you may want to cover their ears. It is going to get loud as the single engine modifieds set to go. All right, Rod Harnett's got the chain tight. Green lights on the sled. Green flags are out. Rod Harnett, super hunky. Rod Harnett, super hunky. And the distance for Rod Harnett, the super hunky, 285.43, 285.43. So we'll wait to get the official word from trackside. So the word trackside is Rod's going to take his distance. The sled is set, so the mark to beat, 285.43, 285.43, the mark to beat. Our next tractor getting set to come out onto the sled out of Jamestown, Pennsylvania. This is the second entry out of the Harnett pulling team. This is going to be Ryan Harnett with the tractor called the Agitator. Another Ford-powered alcohol motor. So get set to go with the Agitator. Now these tractors being a tube chassis, they do have the option. They can add a second engine, and they do that with these tractors on occasion to run other places. So we'll see what Ryan can do with the agitator. Ryan Harnett with the agitator, putting down a good solid run. We'll wait to get his official mark from the laser. Needed to go beyond 285 for the lead. Distance for Ryan Harnett and the agitator, 293.94. He's your new leader! Ryan Harnett with the agitator taking over the lead at 293.94. 293.94. The new mark to beat. So as I was saying earlier, these tractors are set up to run multiple engines. Some of these tractors are also set up. They will take the naturally aspirated engine off and put a single supercharged engine on. That is the nice part with the tube chassis on these tractors. It gives them the option. They can add and remove engines. As many of these tractors are set up to do that. So the next tractor backing into the sled out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. This is Josh Sindlinger with another Ford-powered machine called Half Lit. So we got to see Clay Sindlinger here last night in the Hot Rod V8 class. Josh here tonight in the single engine mod, and we'll see Mike Sindlinger later on in the classic super stock division. So Josh getting set to go. Getting all that safety equipment on. He'll get that chain tight. We'll see if he can get beyond that 293 lead mark. For Josh Sindlinger with Half Lit. And he's going to be right up there near that lead. Stacking these tractors up right around that 290 mark. We'll wait to get Josh's distance. Talk about close, ladies and gentlemen. He needed to go beyond 293 for the lead. Josh Sindlinger goes 294.11. Now he's your new leader. Josh Sindlinger with Half Lit. So Josh taking over that top spot now at 294. Ryan Harnett in second at 293, and Rod Harnett in third at 285. And we'll get ready to bring our next tractor to the line. Out of Greenville, Pennsylvania, this is going to be Jim Harnett with the tractor called the Enforcer. Jim's going to look to get the Enforcer out past that 294 mark. As we've got two more tractors to go in this single modified division. Jim Harnett with the Enforcer. Wait to get his official mark. And the distance for Jim Harnett on the Enforcer, 283.70, 283.70. So one more tractor to go. Tractors have run a few times on the CS circuit. First time here at the Bunker Hill Shootout. These tractors also compete on the Northwest PA circuit. In fact, these tractors head tomorrow afternoon up to the Ashtabula County Fair. Final tractor of the class getting back into the sled out of Atlantic, Pennsylvania. Another Ford-powered machine. This is going to be Dave Leist with the tractor called Country Music 2.0. So this is the only second year out for Dave with this tractor. Dave, a former four-wheel drive truck puller, spent several years running the sled over at Northwest PA Pullers, as well as running in the four-wheel drive truck division. Got this tractor, had it out for the last couple of years, finally getting it dialed in. We'll see what Dave can do with the Country Music 2.0. See if he can get out beyond that 294 mark. So Dave getting hooked up there, getting ready to go. See if he can get the Country Music 2.0 out past that 294 mark. He's going to be right up there near the lead. Wait to get his official distance from the laser. And the distance for Country Music 2.0, 288.74, 288.74. So run down in the single engine modified class. Fifth place is going to go to Jim Harnett with the Enforcer. Fourth place is going to go to Rod Harnett with Super Hunky. Third's going to go to Dave Leist with Country Music. Second's going to go to Ryan Harnett with the Agitator. And your winner tonight at 294, Josh Sindlinger with Half Lit. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? What'd you think of that single engine mod class? If you like to make some noise, let the Bunker Hill Shootout know you want to see those tractors back here in 2027. So we'll get the sled reset and ready to go with Limited Pro tractors. So gonna add some weight on to the Track Boss transfer machine. If you noticed on the front of the sled and going around here in the grandstand area, we got a poster that says, "Where is Chase?" That's referring to Chase Steinman of CS Pulling Promotions. So the joke's been nobody's known where Chase is at all day. Well, I can tell you where he's at. He's over at the Butler Farm Show in Butler, Pennsylvania, announcing for the Western PA Pullers over there. But a little joke going on tonight. So if you want to get your get on the live stream with the poster, make some noise. How about it? Who wants to get on the live stream tonight with the poster? Make some noise. We want to know, where is Chase? So the Limited Pro tractor's getting ready to go. Back there in the lineup area. Adding some weight into that Track Boss transfer. Each one of those blocks weighing in right around 2,000 pounds.
Should have asked them how many electric been into the center.
Limited Pros getting ready to come to the line. So the Limited Pro A-Pump class running 540 cubic inches. Limited to a single turbocharger, but that turbocharger is allowed to be as big as they want. Where they are restricted is on the fuel pump. The fuel pump is only allowed to be an A-style fuel pump. So that is the limiting factor in the Limited Pro A-Pump class. We do have a couple exhibition runs at the end of the class. So kind of in the next step up of the diesel tractor world, we do have a couple of the Light Pros here tonight. Light Pros still limited to 540 cubic inch. Allowed to run as big a turbocharger as they want, but they are allowed to run a bigger fuel pump. They are running the P-style fuel pump. So more fuel, more horsepower. So those tractors we'll see at the end of the class run about 800 more horsepower. Freddie, you want to know where Chase is at tonight? Getting set to go. More weight still going into that sled. So we want to thank a few more of our gold sponsors here tonight. Cornerstone Electric, KRS Guns, John Roy Trucking, and Mac Trailer, along with K Palmer Insurance, Engineering Direct, Nate August Trucking, and the Barnes Agency, all gold level sponsors. We want to thank all of our sponsors. Without our great sponsors, this event would not be possible. Again, the money raised from these truck and tractor pulls goes to support the community. How about it one time while we got a little bit of a break here, ladies and gentlemen? Make some noise for the Ruritans and the Bunker Hill crew. How about it? Come on, make some noise. So it looks like we are just about ready to go. Our first tractor getting set to come out on the track out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania, with a New Holland 8970. This is going to be Kayla Graham with the tractor called Billet Blue. So our first lady driver of the evening getting ready to come to the track. Do I got any lady driver fans out there tonight? Still looking for her first win here in 2026. Already a couple top three finishes. A very tough running tractor. Been fighting a little bit of mechanical issues the last couple hooks. Hopefully they were able to get that figured out. And we'll see what Kayla Graham can do with Billet Blue. right, so Kayla getting Beloit Blue backed into the sled. Her dad, Nathan, down there guiding her in. We'll see Nathan coming up later on in the class. So the father-daughter pulling team out of Greensburg getting set to go. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Do I got any Blue Tractor fans here tonight? Make some noise. Where's all my Blue Tractor fans? How about John Deere fans? Do I got any John Deere fans in the crowd tonight? Still pretty quiet. Must be an international crowd. Do I got any international fans here tonight? It sounds like the red fans might have it so far. We'll see how the tractors stack up as the night goes on. A very tough class of limited pro tractors getting set to go. All right, so Kayla checking everything over there, down there on the tractor, making sure she is set to go. Nathan giving her a final few words. She'll get that chain tight. Kicking things off, Kayla Graham, Beloit Blue. Something not quite right in that tractor. We'll see if she's going to be able to go back and give it a second attempt, because it does not look like she got up beyond that 100-foot mark before she let out of it. She's also the test puller, so she could drop to the bottom of the class and come back. And we're going to need a tow tractor to the track, please. Tow tractor to the track, please. So distance for Kayla, 69.84, 69.84. So we'll see if she's going to be able to come back later on in the class, or if she is done for the evening. All right, so we're trackside. Unfortunately, Kayla Graham not going to be able to get that tractor fixed and come back to the track. Tough break here, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big round of applause tonight. Kayla Graham, Beloit Blue, the young lady driver out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Again, we'll remind everybody, if you want to pick your fan favorite, right now Nathan Graham at 50% fan approval, picked to win this class. So head on over to cspulling.live, pick your fan favorite, follow along with all the live results and lineups. So our next tractor getting set to come out on a sled out of Marion Center, Pennsylvania with the John Deere 4320. This is going to be Gavin Stewart. He already has a top 3 finish under his belt here in 2026. Still looking to pick up his first win. These tractors have had a couple of rainouts. They were scheduled to run at the end of June down in Cadiz, Ohio. Got rained out down there, as well as getting rained out earlier this week over at the Butler Farm Show. So a couple of rainouts. So these guys are still early on in their season. They still got a lot of hooks coming up. It's Gavin Stewart getting back into the sled out of Marion Center. We'll see what the John Deere can do. So it looks like Gavin's got that chain tight. Wait for the green flags. Gavin Stewart. Gavin Stewart getting that front end high in the air, carrying it the whole way down the track with a picture perfect run. We'll wait to get his official mark from the laser. Gavin Stewart, 314.84 or 64, 314.64 for Gavin Stewart. So that will now be the mark to beat. An absolute picture perfect run for Gavin Stewart out at 314. We get ready to bring our next tractor out onto the track out of Belmont, Ohio with a Ford 9000. This is going to be Forrest Kemp with the tractor called the Nightmare. Tough running Ford machine getting set to come to the line. So Forrest Kemp getting ready to go with the Nightmare. Gonna look to get beyond that 314 lead mark. He already has 2 top finishes so far this season. looking to add another win here in 2026. So he's getting that chain tight, going to get all his safety equipment on, ready to go. See if he can get beyond 3:14 to take over the lead. Green flags are out. Forrest Kemp, the Nightmare. Forrest Kemp, the Nightmare. Get that front end up there. Tractor started to walk back and forth on him. Getting hard to keep it under control. He had to get on that brake hard to keep that tractor in bounds. Now the sled is allowed to cross the white line, but the tractor is not. He was able to keep it in bounds. Needed to go beyond 3:14 for the lead. Distance for Forrest Kemp and the Nightmare, 3:18.89. He's your new leader, Forrest Kemp, the Nightmare. So the Ford taking over the lead. The new mark to beat, 3:18.89. Our next tractor getting backed into the sled out of Clinton, Pennsylvania with the John Deere 4430. This is going to be Jim Swinetack with the tractor called Buck Up. Tough running John Deere. He picked up a win so far this season over at the Trumbull County Fair. Also has a couple top 3 finishes. Jim Swinetack with Buck Up, taking a wild ride there as he is going to be out of bounds. So that is going to be a DQ. Make sure he is all right. Looks like he's got his helmet off. Looks like he's all right down there. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wild ride for Jim Swintek and Buck Up. Looks like they got a little issue with the front of the tractor down there. Hopefully we can get him off the track. That front end got up in the air. He started to carry off to that right-hand side, front end high, and no steering, so you have to steer with the back brakes. Not able to get that tractor to come around with the brakes. Made for a wild ride for Jim Swintek with the Buck Up. Can we get a tow tractor to the sled, please? Tow tractor to the sled, please. So we'll get the sled pulled away from the wall here, or from the guardrail.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their
Every season starts with decisions, not just what to plant, but why. Seed IQ is the industry's first product management platform, built to help you make confident product decisions before a single seed goes in the ground. From practical farm research to root reveal, silk reveal, and kernel reveal. Powered by AI, Seed IQ turns decades of data into practical, trusted insights, backed by Beck's proprietary research. Don't just manage your fields, unlock the full potential of every product with Seed IQ.
Attention on the grounds, attention on the grounds. We have another wallet that was turned in over at the registration booth. Hayden Williams, if you're missing your wallet, head on over to the registration table, and they will get you your wallet back. All right, so we will be back underway here in just a moment with our Limited Pro tractors. Right now, Forrest Kemp holding on to that lead at 3:18.89. Gavin Stewart at second at 3:14. All right, so just checking the sled over, making sure everything is good to go. As we get ready to bring our next competitor to the line out of Ford City, Pennsylvania with an International 766. This is going to be Donnie Hebenthal with a tractor called Mechanically Inclined. This tractor, a former light pro, took the P pump off of this tractor and went back to the Limited Pro class running that A pump now. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hear a big round of applause for our Bunker Hill track crew doing a good job getting the show back underway as quick as possible. Also want to thank our scraper roller tractor tonight, Ted Ferguson, as always out there doing an awesome job. When it comes to the scraper roller tractor, Ted Ferguson, the best in the business, keeping this track groomed up all night long. So Ted will get the track groomed back up. We'll get that white line back down on the track. Get set to go with Donnie Hebenthal, Mechanically Inclined. I want to thank all of our online supporters watching along. All your support online. We want to thank everyone at home watching. I want to thank everyone here tonight. Thanks for coming out to the Bunker Hill Shootout. Reminder, head on back to the Bunker Hill merchandise stand. Check out t-shirts, hats, lots of great merchandise back there. Grab something to eat at the food stand, something cold to drink. We are getting ready to go. Donnie Hebenthal, Mechanically Inclined. See if he can get out beyond that 3:18 lead mark. The scraper roller. Donnie's got that chain tight. We'll look for the green lights on the sled, green flags on the track. Let's see if Donnie Hebenthal can get out past that 3:18. Donnie Hebenthal, Mechanically Inclined. That tractor started right, able to keep it over on that left-hand side of the track, though. So he needed to go beyond 318. Distance for Donnie Hebenthal, mechanically inclined, 315.92. 315.92. Right now good enough for that number 2 spot. So good solid pass for Donnie Hebenthal, mechanically inclined. He's been fighting some issues on the water injection system on that tractor. Looks like they finally got it running right. Good enough to put him in the number 2 spot right now. We get ready to bring the next tractor out on the track out of Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania with a John Deere 4430. This is going to be Joe Miller with a tractor he calls Smokin' Joe. So Joe Miller getting that chain tight, getting the helmet on. He'll wait for the green flags. Joe Miller, Smokin' Joe. Joe Miller, Smokin' Joe. That tractor started over to the right-hand side of the track, able to bring it back around. He did have to get on that brake to keep it straight. Cost him a little bit of distance. We'll see where he's going to stack up in the class. The distance for Joe Miller and Smokin' Joe, 313.37. 313.37. So that'll put him right now in the number 4 spot for Joe Miller and Smokin' Joe. So another international getting ready to come to the line with the 1066 out of Homeworth, Ohio. This is going to be Scott Sainer with the tractor called the Red Stallion. Most of these guys have been starting just to the left of center down there. Now it looks like Scott has moved that sled all the way over to the left-hand side of the track. Try to stay out of that spot that's pulling these guys over to the right-hand side. Each competitor does have the option. They can place that sled anywhere they want down there between the white lines. So Scott moving that sled all the way over to the left-hand side, trying to find a line that'll keep him straight, keep him off those brakes. Each time you have to tap that brake, it is a minimum of 5 feet. They usually figure about 10 to 15 feet it costs you in distance. So the last thing you want to do is get on the brakes. You want to be able to pick that front up, carry it about a foot off the ground, and make a nice straight pass. Scott Sainer getting ready to go with the red stallion. Looking to get beyond that 3:18 lead mark. Scott Sainer getting all that safety equipment on. He'll get the chain tight. We get ready to turn him loose. So Scott Sainer got the chain tight, got the green flags out. See what he can do with the red stallion. Scott Sainer, the red stallion, started all the way over on that left-hand side, still brought him over to the right-hand side of the track, was able to get it to settle down and come back across. It cost him a lot of valuable distance. The mark for Scott Sainer and red stallion, 299.44, 299.44. So that'll move him into the number 5 spot. Our next tractor getting set to go. We've seen Ford, we've seen John Deere, we've seen International getting ready to come to the line now out of Kensington, Ohio with a Case 1070. This is Jeremiah Shipley with the tractor called the Young Gun. Only been out a couple times on the CS circuit so far with the all-new tractor in 2026. But already picking up a top 3 finish. Jeremiah Shipley back in the Case 1070 into the track boss sled. We'll look to get beyond that 3:18 lead mark. And already a top 3 finish in just a few times this tractor's been out. A strong running all new build here in 2026. Jeremiah Shipley with Young Gun. Green flags are out. Looking to get the Young Gun out beyond that 3:18 lead mark. Jeremiah Shipley, the Young Gun. Wait to get the official mark from the laser. And the distance for Jeremiah Shipley and the Young Gun, 293.15, 293.15. So we'll get ready to bring our next competitor to the line. This will be the second entry from the Graham Pulling Team out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania with the Ford 9000. This is Nathan Graham with the tractor called the Blue Reaper. 2 wins and a couple top 3 finishes so far here in 2026. So right now, half of our picks on the online choice is for Nathan Graham to take home the win here tonight. So we'll see if the online votes are right. 2 wins and a couple top 3 finishes for Nathan Graham so far in 2026. So Nathan Graham firing up the Blue Reaper. They had some issues with this tractor their last trip out. Hopefully they were able to get that fixed. Mark to beat, still 3:18 for Forrest Kemp in the Nightmare. Donnie Hebenthal in second at 3:15. Gavin Stewart holding on to that number 3 spot at 3:14. Nathan Graham brings the Blue Reaper out to the track. Look to get beyond that 3:18 lead mark. While we got a moment here, I'd like to thank some more gold level sponsors: Mahoning County Farm Bureau, Lamb Pro Equipment, Damascus Hardware and Water, and Sebring Hardware. that chain tight. Still wait for the green flag. Nathan Graham with the Blue Reaper. Nathan Graham, the Blue Reaper. See if he's going to be able to shake up that leaderboard. And distance for Nathan Graham in the Blue Reaper, 309.20, 309.20. Moves him into the number 5 spot in the class. We've got just a couple more tractors to go in this limited pro division. So that was the last official run in the class. So we've got 2 exhibition passes to go. So we'll have the rundown here momentarily in the limited pro tractors. So we get ready to bring our first exhibition run out on the track. Again, these two last tractors are going to be exhibition. They are light pro tractors running the P pump. So making about an additional 800 horsepower over the limited pros. So run down to your top 5 in the limited pro division. 5th place is going to go to Nathan Graham with the Blue Reaper. 4th place is going to go to Joe Miller, Smokin' Joe. 3rd is going to go to Gavin Stewart with the John Deere 4320. 2nd is going to go to Donnie Hebenthal, Mechanically Inclined. And your winner tonight at 318 feet, Forrest Kemp with the Nightmare. So our first exhibition run getting back into the sled with an International 1066 out of Christine, Ohio. This is going to be Casey Neese with the tractor called Buckeye Gambler. See what the Buckeye Gambler can do. Our first exhibition pass in the class. The Buckeye Gambler. So that shows you what an extra 800 horsepower can do under the hood. Distance for the Buckeye Gambler, 350.96, 350.96. So one more exhibition pass here in the Limited Pro division. Another light pro tractor making a test run here tonight. When it comes to truck and tractor pulling, unfortunately pullers do not get a lot of chances to make test passes. So if you make a change on the tractor and want to try something different out on the track, you usually have to pretty much hope it works in competition. So every once in a while these pullers get an opportunity, they will go out and make a test pass and try a new setup or some new parts out on the tractor. So our next competitor coming to the line out of Kensington, Ohio with an international 1466. This is Noah Allison with a tractor called Trainwreck. A very tough running light pro tractor. Again, the light pro and limited pro, same cubic inch, both open to an open turbocharger, but the big difference, the fuel pump, the limited pros running an A pump, where the light pros running a P pump. So that extra fuel, that bigger pump gives them about an 800 horsepower advantage. As you can see, our limited pros at 318. And the Buckeye Gambler out at 350 feet. So we'll see what Noah Allison can do with Trainwreck. Second exhibition hook here in this class. Again, want to thank all of our online supporters watching at home. Want to thank everyone for coming out here tonight to the Bunker Hill Shootout. Remind everybody, when you got a moment, take a walk back, check out the Bunker Hill merchandise stand. Get the all-new 2026 shirt design. Also hats and other great merchandise back there at the merchandise booth. And while you're back there, head on over to the food stand. Lots of great food and drinks back there. So Noah Allison getting ready to go with Trainwreck. Noah Allison with Trainwreck. So we'll wait to get the distance from the laser. And the distance for Noah Allison and Trainwreck, 338.09, 338.09. So that'll round out our limited pro tractor class. So we'll get the sled reset and we'll get ready to go with super stock truck action. Our super stock trucks limited to 410 cubic inch, turning in excess of 10,000 RPMs. A strong running class of four-wheel drive trucks getting set to go. So pulling some weight out of the Track Boss weight transfer machine. As our super stock competitors get set to go out there checking over the track. So far tonight, all tractors. So when it comes to choosing a line on the track, it's a little bit different for the four-wheel drive trucks versus the tractors. So these guys are going to go out there, take a look at that track, see if they can find a line they like for the four-wheel drive trucks.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't.
Chevy dealer today.
So pulling a couple more weights out of the weight transfer machine, getting set to go with 410 Superstock. These trucks were scheduled here in July, got rained out. So making their CS debut here at the Bunker Hill Shootout. We did have a couple trucks run in June for an exhibition run.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going.
So again, we're looking for Chase tonight. So we got the Where's Chase poster going around. We got it on the front of the sled. Well, I can tell you where Chase is at. Everybody who's looking for Chase Steinman, he's over at the Butler Farm Show in Butler, Pennsylvania, as we are streaming over there live as well for the Western PA Tractor and Truck Pullers tonight. We're running an event over there at the Butler Farm Show. The 3.6 Pro Street trucks that were here last night headed over to the Butler Farm Show, along with the street semis, tri-axle trucks, light and heavy tough farm, and the hot rod V8s. So if you want to watch along with that action, head on over to CS Pulling Promotions, Facebook, TikTok, or YouTube. You can watch along there. You can also, if you know somebody at home that couldn't be here tonight, they can watch along right here at the Bunker Hill Shootout as we are streaming both events live and free. Also, if you want to follow along with all the live stats, lineups, head on over to cspulling.live. That's cspulling.live. Also, do the fan favorite picks. So looks like just about ready to go on the Track Boss transfer machine as we get set for Super Stock four-wheel drives. The first time here at the Bunker Hill Shootout as a sanctioned class with CS Pulling Promotions. a very tough division of trucks getting ready to go. Our first competitor coming to the line out of Andover, Ohio. With the Chevrolet, this is going to be Calvin Brown Jr. with the Buckeye bow tie. Has a top 3 finish so far here in 2026. Calvin was one of the trucks that was here in June to make an exhibition pass. So he already has got to see this track where some of these competitors have not been here before. Some of these competitors did run here and make exhibition passes in the past, so a few of these drivers have got to run down the track here at the Bunker Hill Shootout. But the first time is a fully sanctioned class. So 410 cubic inch limit, getting ready to turn over 10,000 RPMs. The first entry out of the Buckeye Motorsports. Getting back into the sled, Calvin Brown Jr., the Buckeye bow tie. While we got a couple seconds here, I'd like to thank some more of our gold level sponsors: McFeely Lawn Care, Lee Kane Fence, Lepo Rents, and Birds Love 'em. Also, Wilson Excavating, a Lindy company. Calvin Brown Jr. getting back into the sled, kicking things off in the Super Stock Truck Division. All right, so green flags are out. Calvin Brown Jr. with the Buckeye bow tie. So Calvin Brown Jr., the Buckeye bow tie, will get his official distance from the laser, 286.20, 286.20, 286.20. Calvin Brown Jr., the Buckeye bow tie. So we'll find out if he is going to keep that. We'll make sure the sled is good. So the sled is set. We'll find out if Calvin's going to keep that run or turn it down. So the word on the track is Calvin Brown Jr. turned down that 286. Since he turned it down, we are going to lighten that sled up, get him a little closer to that 300-foot mark. So Calvin Brown Jr. turning that down. So Calvin Brown Jr. turns down the 286. So we're going to make a little adjustment on the sled, try to get him up a little closer to that 300-foot mark. So we'll see Calvin Brown Jr. come back as we get ready to bring our next competitor to line with a 2004 Ford Ranger. This is going to be Ronnie Jack with the truck called the Bounty Hunter out of Sarver, Pennsylvania.
Everybody's been coming this way. The light pros were. I never pulled anything. Corn farms. That's been so many stinking years ago. And those were the days. That was a long, long time.
So Ronnie Jack getting set to go with the Bounty Hunter. So we did make a little adjustment to the sled, trying to get these guys up closer to that 300-foot mark. All right, green flags are out. Ronnie Jack with the Bounty Hunter. So wait to get Ronnie's distance. Now he is the new test puller, so he will have the option to turn this down. And the distance for Ronnie Jack and the Bounty Hunter, 292.09, 292.09. So we'll find out if he's going to keep that, as he is our new test puller in the class, as we did make an adjustment on the sled. So Ronnie Jack turns down the 292. We'll see him come back at the end of the class as well. Our sled is set. We are underway. No official mark yet in the class. So we'll see Calvin Brown Jr. and Ronnie Jack come back later on in the division as we get ready to bring our second entry from the Buckeye Motorsports pulling team to the line with the 97 Ford F350. This is going to be Jim Tabor out of Williamsfield, Ohio, with the truck called Over the Top. An all-new truck on the circuit here in 2026. Jim got to drive Calvin Brown Jr.'s truck the end of the last season over at South Buffalo Fire Department pool. Liked the ride, said, I got to have a truck of my own, so over the winter, got the over-the-top ride ready to go. So an all-new truck on the circuit, been a very strong runner so far here in 2026. So he's going to set the mark in the class for Jim Tabor, Over the Top. All right, so Jim Tabor, green flags are out. See what he can do with Over the Top. Jim Tabor, Over the Top. Wait to get the official mark from the laser. Distance for Over the Top, 282.68, 282.68. So that'll now be the mark to beat in the class. Our next truck getting set to come to the sled out of Atwater, Ohio, with a 2003 Chevy S10. This is going to be Brian Koya with the truck called the Outwitted 2. So Brian Koya bringing the Chevy S10 to the line. Gonna look to get beyond that 282 lead mark. Still looking to pick up his first win here in 2026. right, Brian Koya getting that chain tight. He'll wait for the green flags. See what he can do with the outwitted 2. Brian Koya, the outwitted 2. Looks like he's going to move that leader mark up the track. We'll wait to get his official distance from the laser. Needed to go beyond 282 for the lead. And the distance for Brian Koya, 289.35. He's your new leader! So Brian Koya with the outwitted 2, moving that lead mark out to 289. Coming to the track next, out of Cadiz, Ohio, with the Chevy 3500. This is going to be Richard Eberhardt with the truck called Pieces and Parts. Already has a top 3 finish on the series in 2026. Still looking for his first win of the year. So we'll see if he can get that Pieces and Parts truck out beyond that 289 lead mark. Richard Eberhardt getting backed into the sled with the Pieces and Parts Chevrolet. He's going to try to get out beyond 289 to take over that top spot. Again, these trucks limited to 410 cubic inches. Turning these motors over 10,000 RPMs. A very highly competitive class of four-wheel drive trucks, often coming down to just a matter of inches. All right, green flags are out. Richard Eberhardt, Pieces and Parts. Richard Eberhardt, Pieces and Parts. Looks like we're going to move that lead cone further up the track. We'll wait to get his official distance. Needed to go beyond 289. Distance for Richard Eberhardt with Pieces and Parts, 298.5. 298.5. He's your new leader. Tow tractor to the track, please. We need a tow tractor to the track, please. While we got a moment, I'd like to thank our platinum sponsors in 2026 here at Bunker Hill Shootout, Stratton Chevy All-Stars and Light Oil. Also, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, Warren Diesel Injection, also a sponsor of CS Point Promotions. So I'd like to thank Jesse Ward and the crew over at Warren Diesel Injection. So our next truck getting set to go back in the pits. Out of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania with a 1967 Chevy. This is going to be the Predator 4. Now normally we see Sam McGill doing the driving on this truck. Tonight turning the wheel over to Eddie Zedrick. Eddie Zedrick, an official for CS Pulling Promotions, as well as driver on the Thunderbolt Super Modified Pro Mod truck. Eddie's been doing some work on this truck for Sam. So wanting to get behind the wheel tonight, try some new things out on the truck. So Eddie Zedrick doing the driving tonight on the Predator 4. Sam already has one top 3 finish so far this season. And if you're looking to get into super stock truck pulling, Sam does have the truck for sale. He is looking to retire from truck pulling, so if you want to get into truck pulling, head on back to the pits, talk to Sam McGill, and you can be the new owner on the Predator 4 Super Stock. All right, so the Predator 4 getting set to go with the hired gun at the wheel, Eddie Zedrick. Gonna look to get beyond that 298 lead mark. All right, green flags are out. Eddie Zedrick, the Predator 4. Having a little bit of trouble getting that truck to come off the line. Now, one thing unique about this truck, most competitors run a hand throttle with a foot clutch. Sam runs a hand clutch with a foot throttle, so even an experienced driver, this truck takes a little bit getting used to. So Eddie Zedrick goes back to the starting line, gonna give it a second attempt. Set and ready to go. See what Eddie Zedrick can do with the Predator 4. Eddie Zedrick with the Predator 4. Doing the driving tonight for Sam McGill. We'll wait to get his official mark. And the distance for the Predator 4, 284.37, 284.37. Currently puts him in the number 3 spot. So our next competitor getting ready to go back in the staging area. This is going to be Calvin Brown Sr. with the Chevrolet called Pipe Dreams. Now Calvin Brown Sr., a longtime competitor in the Superstock truck division. The original owner on this Pipe Dreams truck sold the truck. It was campaigned under the name Live Wire for several years. Over the winter, Calvin bought the truck back, making his return to Superstock pulling, renaming the truck back to Pipe Dreams. So Calvin Brown Sr. getting ready to go. He already has one win under his belt in 2026. So we'll see what Calvin Brown Sr. can do. Another member of the Buckeye Motorsports pulling team with the truck called Pipe Dreams. Needs to go beyond that 298 lead mark. Jr. getting the chain tight, getting set to go. We got green lights on a sled. Green flags are out. See what he can do with Pipe Dreams. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be close. He's right up there. Call the man with the hairy eyeball. This one's too close to call. We talk about close, ladies and gentlemen. Richard Eberhardt is in the lead at 298.56. The distance for Calvin Brown Sr., 298.99. He's your new leader! Calvin Brown Sr. with Pipe Dream. Taking over the lead by just a couple inches. So Calvin Brown Sr. in the lead at 298.99. Richard Eberhardt moves to second at 298.56. And third is Brian Coyle with the outwitted 2 at 289. And another very tough running truck getting set to go with a 1933 Chevrolet out of Brookfield, Ohio. This is going to be Luke Simeon with the truck called Out of the Blue. A multi-time points champion across multiple circuits, one of the toughest running Superstock trucks. One win and a couple top 3 finishes so far in 2026. A seasoned veteran in this class. See what Luke Simeon can do with Out of the Blue. Needs to get beyond 298 to take over that lead spot. So we got a green light on a sled. Green flags are out. Luke Simeon out of the blue. having some issues with that truck. It hopped really hard on him down there at the starting line. So we'll wait to see if he let out before that 100-foot mark. Now, the drivers do have the option. They have to make an attempt to let out before 100 feet if they want to go back. So we'll find out if he is going to be able to go back again. Again, the driver has to make an attempt to let out by 100 feet. They do not have to stop by 100 feet. And the word trackside is they're calling for the tow vehicle, so that looks like it's going to be it for tonight for Luke Simeon and Out of the Blue at 154.36. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Tough break tonight for Luke Simeon and Out of the Blue. So Luke Simeon getting towed off the track. One more big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Not the evening he was looking for here. Hopefully there is nothing major wrong with the Out of the Blue truck. So we've got just a couple more trucks to go. Our next competitor coming to the line out of Adena, Ohio with a 1966 Chevy C10. This is Trevor Kenzorski doing the driving on the truck called Back in Black. Another truck with a top finish in 2026 so far. So we'll see what he can do with a Back in Black Chevrolet. Trevor Kenzorski back in black. Needed to go beyond 298. We'll get the official distance from the laser. It is going to be close. Needed to go beyond 298 distance for Trevor Kenzorski. 3:01. He's your new leader. So Trevor Kenzorski taking over the lead with the Back in Black Chevrolet at 3:01.56. So 2 more trucks to go in the class. So we'll see Calvin Brown Jr. coming back to the track. He was 286, turned that down, and we reset the sled. And we got Ronnie Jack coming back as well. So 2 more to go. As Calvin Brown Jr. getting set to come to the sled out of Andover, Ohio with the Buckeye bow tie. So Calvin Brown Jr. getting ready to go as Trevor Konzorski takes over the lead and back in black. So the new mark to beat at 3:01.56. So 2 more trucks. So let's see what Calvin Brown Jr. can do with the Buckeye bow tie. So Calvin Brown Jr. turned down a 286, so we reset the sled, let him get a little further out the track. That lead now at 3:01, so we'll see what he can do with the Buckeye bow tie. So Calvin Brown Jr. getting set to go. Getting everything ready. Gonna get that chain tight. Gonna look to get beyond that 3:01 lead. Calvin Brown Jr. with the Buckeye bow tie. Coming back on that hot engine, so we'll see where he's going to end up. But he's up there close to that lead mark. Distance for Calvin Brown Jr. in the Buckeye bow tie, 293.02, 293.02. So that currently puts him in the number 4 spot with 1 more to go. One more truck to go as we get Calvin Brown Jr. off the track. Ronnie Jack getting set to go with the Bounty Hunter. So he turned down his first run after the sled was reset up around that 280 mark. Now has to go out beyond 300 feet. Jack getting set to go. One final pass of the scraper roller tractor. As he's getting that chain tight down there. Gonna look to go beyond 301. Superstock division, and we'll get ready to go with classic Superstock tractors. So he's got that chain tight. We got a green light on a sled. Green flags are out. Ronnie Jack with the Bounty Hunter. And he's going to be right up near that 300-foot mark, so we'll wait to get his official distance from the laser. For Ronnie Jack and the Bounty Hunter. And the distance for Ronnie Jack and the Bounty Hunter, 294.55, 294.55. So run down in the Superstock truck division. Fifth place is going to go to Calvin Brown Jr. with the Buckeye bow tie. Fourth is going to go to Ronnie Jack and the Bounty Hunter. Third's going to go to Richard Eberhardt, pieces and parts. Second place is going to go to Calvin Brown Sr. and pipe dreams. And your winner tonight at 301 feet, Trevor Kenzorski, back in black. How about a big round of applause for our Superstock trucks making their debut here at the Bunker Hill Shootout. So we'll get the sled reset and ready to go with our next class, the Classic Superstock Tractors. So getting ready to go, diesel-powered tractors set to come to the track. Ted Ferguson getting that track all dressed up as we get set to go back to diesel tractor pull with the Classic Superstocks. And we round out the evening with 2 divisions of street diesel pickup trucks. We'll have the hot street and cold street diesel. So just a few moments here. We got a special presentation to make trackside. So we want to make a special presentation to Mr. Ted Ferguson down here tonight. If you notice, he's always got a lollipop whenever he's out here working the track and has a big lollipop on the front of the tractor. So we got him a box of Tootsie Pops. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Big round of applause. Ted Ferguson does an awesome job keeping this track in shape here at the Bunker Hill Shootout.
Hey, Ted, how many licks does it take to get through the big ones? You can do it first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got another special presentation for you here tonight. Coming out on the track now from North Bloomfield, Ohio, this is Wyatt Mahan. And this is an Elvis CVRT Spartan Transport. So Wyatt collects, restores, and preserves historic tanks and armored vehicles while offering a unique opportunity for people to experience these incredible machines through rides and photo shoots. Wyatt's passion for armored vehicles began at a young age and has continued to grow ever since. His goal is to make tanks and armored vehicles more accessible to the public, giving them the opportunity to see them up close, interact with them, and experience a piece of history firsthand. Wyatt hopes to continue expanding his collection and restoring as many historic armored vehicles as possible, sharing his passion with others along the way. So we'll see what Wyatt can do with the CVRT Spartan Transport. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Who's ready to see the transport take that sled down the track? Make some noise! All right, ladies and gentlemen, give Wyatt another big round of applause. Taking that armored transport down the track. Not something you get to see every day. And the distance, 339 feet. So now we get set to go with classic super stock tractors. And our first competitor getting set to come to the line out of Latonia, Ohio with an International 806. This is going to be Phil Carnoffel with the tractor called Let's Roll. So the classic super stocks, a first-time points series with CS Pulling Promotions in 2026. But this class no stranger to the Bunker Hill Shootout, a long-term staple here at Bunker Hill. And this class, as a sanctioned class, turned 40 years old back at the beginning of August. So a long-term class. Been pulling here for many years at the Bunker Hill Shootout. Many veterans in this class, along with a lot of new drivers. And a lot of unique sheet metal in this class, as we've got John Deere, we've got International, we've got Ford, and Alice Chalmers in this class. So lots of unique tractors getting set to go.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where
Every season starts with decisions, not just what to plant, but why. Seed IQ is the industry's first product management platform, built to help you make confident product decisions before a single seed goes in the ground. From practical farm research to root reveal, silk reveal, and kernel reveal. Powered by AI, Seed IQ turns decades of data into practical, trusted insights, backed by Beck's proprietary research. Don't just manage your fields, unlock the full potential of every product with Seed IQ.
All right, Phil Kernoffel, let's roll. Kicking off the Classic Super Stocks. Phil Kernoffel, let's roll. And the distance for Phil Kernoffel, and let's roll, 327.88, 327.88. So the word trackside is our sled is set. He's going to keep that distance, so the mark to beat is 327. Our next driver getting set to come to the line out of Hanoverton, Ohio with the International 1066. This is going to be Colton Southern with the tractor called Crushing It. Now normally Jarek Simmons doing the driving, handing the wheel over to Colton. Colton did the driving Thursday night up at the Ashtabula County Fair. Tough running international machine getting set to go. Already has a win right here at the Bunker Hill Shootout in 2026. The first of two tractors we'll see from the Simmons pulling team. It's Colton Southern getting ready to go with Crushing It, looking to go beyond that 327 lead mark. Southern with crushing it. Gonna be right up there near the lead. This is another very tough class of tractors, as we've seen this class come down to just inches the other night at the Ashtabula County Fair. And Colton's distance, 326.09, 326 even for Colton Southern with crushing it. So that puts him in the number 2 spot right now. Bill Kurnoffel holds on that lead at 327. Our next competitor getting set to come to the sled out of Hanoverton, Ohio with an international 12:06. This is going to be Jake Agater with the red edge. Jake Agater getting ready to go with the red edge, looking to go beyond 327 for the lead. And he's going to be right there near that lead mark. Jake Agater with the red edge. And the distance for the red edge, 323.28, 323.28. So coming up just a little shy of that lead mark. So the next tractor getting set to come to the line out of Salem, Ohio with a 1963 John Deere 5010. This is going to be Cameron Evenich with the tractor called Just Chugging Along. Now this tractor was the winner Thursday night up at the Ashtabula County Fair. Cameron not able to do the driving up there, so he put his grandfather back in the seat. Tim Stanley picking up the win the other night up the Ashtabula County Fair with Just Chugging Along. Already a top 3 finish as well so far this season. So the young man doing a great job doing the driving. He's got his grandfather to mentor him. So getting the young man backed into the sled. Cameron Evenich with Just Chugging Along, looking to get out beyond 327. so Cameron's got the green light on a sled. He'll look for the green flags. Just chugging along. How about it? Do I got any John Deere fans want to see the John Deere take over the lead? How about it, John Deere fans? Make some noise! Oh, something not sounding right in that tractor. Maybe picked too high of a gear. Again, this was the winning tractor up the Ashtabula County Fair on Thursday. So maybe something not right with the tractor after that hook, or just maybe too high of a gear. But the distance for Cameron Evenich with just chugging along, 185.36, 185.36. That is a tough break here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause. Not the run he was hoping for here tonight. But the young man out of Salem, been doing awesome all season, so that is a tough break for him here. So our next competitor getting ready to come to the sled out of Rootstown, Ohio with a 1974 John Deere 4430. This is going to be Rose Palmer with the tractor called First Due. Rose shares the driving on this tractor with her husband. She has been doing the driving for the last several hooks, so how about it? Where's all my lady driver fans? Make some noise! Rose Palmer getting set to go with the tractor called First Due. Already a top 3 finish so far in 2026. Looking to pick up that first win. All right, green flags are out. Rose Palmer, First Due, looking to go beyond 327 to put that John Deere in the lead. Rose Palmer, First Due. I think we're going to have a new leader, but we'll wait to get the official distance from the laser. And the distance for Rose Palmer in First Due, 336.76. She's your new leader! Rose Palmer, First Due. So our next tractor getting set to come to the line out of Hadley, Pennsylvania with the Ford 8000. This is going to be Mike Sindlinger with the tractor called the Iron Ox. You see Josh Sindlinger ran earlier with the single engine modified. This is Mike Sindlinger getting ready to go. So the Sindlinger family competes 4 different tractors in 4 different classes. So Mike Sindlinger with the classic Super Iron Ox getting set to go. Do I got any Ford tractor fans still here tonight? Our only Ford in the class. As he's going to look to get out beyond that 3:36 lead mark. So Mike Sindlinger getting that chain tight, getting all ready to go. Gonna look to get beyond that 3:36 lead mark. Mike Sindlinger with the Iron Ox. He was all over that track, working hard to keep between the white lines. Looks like comes up a little bit short of that lead. We'll wait to get his official distance. Needed to go beyond 3:36. And the distance for Mike Sindlinger on the Iron Ox, 3:33.99, 3:33.99. Moves him into the number 2 spot in the class. So Rose Palmer holding on to that lead at 3:36. Mike Sindlinger moves into second at 3:33, and Phil Kernoffel holding on to third at 3:27. Our next competitor getting set to come to the track out of Amsterdam, Ohio with the John Deere. This is going to be Hayden Shaw with the Haymaker. So Hayden Shaw getting the Haymaker backed into the Track Boss weight machine. Running down that right-hand sideline. These tractors have been going right all night long, so we'll see if he can get it, just go straight down that right-hand sideline for Hayden Shaw and the Haymaker. All right, green flags are out. Hayden Shaw with the haymaker looking to go beyond 3:36 for the lead. Hayden Shaw with the haymaker. See if he's able to shake up that leaderboard. And the distance for Hayden Shaw on the haymaker, 325.97, 325.97. Moves him into the number 5 spot in the class. Our next competitor getting set to come to the line out of Homeworth, Ohio with the 1961 Alice Chalmers D21. This is going to be Lindsay Rose with the tractor called Rumors. So another lady driver in this division. Lindsay Rose getting set to come out on the sled. First we've seen this tractor out in 2026. So we'll see if the Alice Chalmers can take over that lead. So Lindsay Rose getting backed into the sled. See what the D21 Alice can do. So normally we see the Alice Chalmers in the orange paint job. This tractor painted in the industrial yellow look. So one final pass of the scraper roller. Lindsay will get that chain tight. Looking to get beyond that lead mark of 3:36 for Lindsay Rose with Rumors. Lindsay Rose with Rumors. Getting that D21 Alice right up there near the lead mark. So we'll see if Lindsay's able to shake up that leaderboard. And the distance for Lindsay Rose with Rumors, 326.10, 326.10. Right now, good enough for that number 4 spot, as we've still got a lot of competitive tractors to go in this Classic Superstock division. Our next competitor getting set to come out on the track out of Cadiz, Ohio with a 1967 Farmall 1206. An all-new tractor in this Classic Superstock division. This is Seth Keller with the tractor called Lunatic Fringe. Now, Seth new to this Classic Superstock division, but no stranger to the pulling track as he competed in a Superstock truck for a number of years. So making the change from four-wheel drive Superstock truck to Classic Superstock tractor. Seth Keller with Lunatic Fringe. Green flags are out. Seth Keller with Lunatic Fringe looking to get beyond that 336 lead mark. Oh, and Seth Keller getting right up there near that top spot. See if he can shake up the leaderboard. Again, another very, very close class, often coming down to a matter of inches. Matter of fact, the other night up at Ashtabula, we had a tie in the middle of the class, so very close group of tractors. And again, ladies and gentlemen, when I talk about close, Phil Kernoffel sitting in third at 327.88. Seth Keller goes 327.82. So moves him into the number 4 spot, but very, very close right now. Just fractions of an inch dividing third and fourth spot. So Rose Palmer still holding on to that lead at 336. Mike Sindlinger in second at 333. Phil Kernoffel in third at 327.88. Seth Keller moves into that number 4 spot at 327.82. And that's going to bring our next tractor out onto the sled out of Bolivar, Ohio with a John Deere 4320. This is going to be Matt Spillman with the tractor called Shell Shock. Already picking up a couple top 3 finishes with CS in 2026. Looking to pick up his first win yet. So we'll see if he can get out beyond that 336 mark. The Spillman tractors went 1 and 2 up at the Trumbull County Fair. So this was your runner up at Trumbull County. So right now, this is your fan favorite to win the class. So we'll see what Matt Spillman can do. Remember, if you want to vote for your favorite or follow along with any of our updated lineups, stats, or points, head on over to cspulling.live. That's cspulling.live. Matt Spillman with Shell Shock. He is going to be close. These tractors all stacking up right around that 330 mark. And the distance for Matt Spillman and Shell Shock, 329.6, 329.6. So that moves him into the number 3 spot in the class. Dropping Phil Carnoffel down to that number 4 spot. As we get ready to bring the next tractor out on a sled from East Rochester, Ohio, with the John Deere 5010. This is going to be Todd Hawk with the tractor called Screaming Green. So Todd Hawk getting set to go. See if he can get the John Deere now past that 336 mark. Todd Hawk waiting on that green flag. See if he can get out beyond 336. Distance for Todd Hawk, 311.55, 311.55. Our next tractor getting set to go. Out of Alliance, Ohio with the John Deere 4010. This is going to be Sam Kitzmiller with the tractor called New Generation. Going to look to get beyond that 336 lead mark. Sam Kitzmiller getting ready to go with the New Generation. Looking to go beyond that 336 lead mark. Sam Kitzmiller with New Generation. Gonna come up just a little shy of that lead mark. And the distance for Sam Kitzmiller with New Generation, 328.43. 328.43. So Rose Palmer still holding on to that lead at 3:36 as John Stanley gets ready to come out on the track from right here in Beloit, Ohio with the John Deere 4010 called the Greenbroke Deer. John Stanley, the Greenbroke Deer, looking to get out there beyond that lead mark. And he's going to be right up there near the top of the class. So we'll get the distance from the laser for John Stanley and the Greenbroke Deer. 3:30.12, 3:30.12. So moving up in that class, shaking up that leaderboard. John Stanley and the Greenbroke Deer. As we've got just a couple more tractors to go. So our next competitor getting ready to go out of Homeworth, Ohio with the Alice Chalmers D21. This is going to be John Rose with the tractor called Slutty Alice. So Rose Palmer still holding on to that lead at 3:36. Mike Sindlinger in second at 3:30. John Stanley in third at 3:30. And Matt Spillman in fourth at 3:29. As we've got just two more to go. John Rose with the Slutty Alice doing some bouncing towards the end of the run. Cost a lot of valuable distance. We'll wait to get the mark from the laser. And the distance for John Rose and Slutty Alice, 309.1, 309.1. Coming up next, out of Hanoverton, Ohio, with the International 1066. This is going to be Colton Southern again doing the driving. So we saw him with the tractor crushing it earlier. Now coming back out with the tractor called the Midnight Squeeze. Normally Eric Simmons doing the driving on this. Colton doing double duty tonight, driving both of the Simmons tractors, so we'll see what Colton can do with the Midnight Squeeze. Back to the sled, get out beyond that 336 mark. So a couple more tractors to go in Classic Superstock, then we get ready to go with Hot Street Diesel and round out the night with the Cold Street Diesel pickup truck. So 2 more classes of diesel pickups after the Classic Superstock tractors. Lots of pulling action yet to go here on the final night of the Bunker Hill Shootout. And a wild ride for Colton Southern on the Midnight Squeeze. That tractor started bouncing. He rode it out all the way to the end. So doing some great driving there. But definitely cost a lot of valuable distance. And the distance for the Midnight Squeeze, 293.36, 293.36. So 1 tractor to go in Classic Superstock before we go to diesel pickup. Our final competitor getting set to come to the line out of Freeport, Ohio with the International 856. This is Zach Jones with the tractor called Survivor. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Diesel truck number 57, Clyde, we need you to line up area immediately. Truck number 57, we need you to the lineup area immediately. So Zach Jones, your final Classic Superstock, getting set to go. Looking to get beyond that 336 mark with the International Survivor. Zach Jones with Survivor doing some bouncing, but still getting up there close to that lead. We'll wait to see what his official distance is. And then we'll have a rundown of your top 5 in the Classic Superstocks. And the distance for Zach Jones and Survivor, 324.09, 324.09. So run down to your top 5 in the Classic Superstocks. 5th place is going to go to Sam Kitzmiller with the New Generation. 4th is Matt Spillman, Shell Shock. 3rd is going to be John Stanley with the Green Broke Deer. 2nd is going to go to Mike Sindlinger with the Iron Ox. And your winner tonight at 336 feet, Rose Palmer with First Still. So we'll have a quick sled reset and get ready to go with Hot Street Diesel pickup trucks. So we've got a pile of both the hot and cold street trucks to go here yet tonight. So lots of pulling action. While we got a couple moments though, head on over, check out the merchandise stand, grab yourself something to eat at the concession stand, and settle in, because still lots of great diesel truck pulling action set to come your way here at the Bunker Hill Shootout for our final night in 2026. Getting ready to go with Hot Street Diesel. Our first truck set to come to the line out of Perry, Ohio with an 09 Ford F-250. This is going to be Dave Francis. He's already got a couple wins on the CS circuit for 2026. A very tough competitor in this Hot Street Diesel division.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't.
Today.
So getting ready to go with Hot Street Diesel. 16 trucks set to go down the track. In this division, our first competitor, Dave Francis, getting back into the sled with the 09 Ford. so set to go with the Hot Street Diesels. Dave Francis out of Perry, Ohio. Oh, letting out of it, getting back in it. Dave Francis kicking things off. We'll wait to get the mark from the laser, find out if our sled is set and if he is going to keep that or not. And the distance for Dave Francis, 319.56, 319.56. He is going to keep that. So we'll make sure we are good to go with the sled. So the word trackside is the sled is set. So the mark to beat will be 319.56, 319.56. So our next truck getting set to come to the track. This is going to be Joshua Genrich. So the Ford getting back into the sled. We'll see what Joshua can do. Looking to get beyond that 319 lead mark. Trouble getting started off the line. We'll see if he's going to go back and give it a second attempt. All right, so Joshua heads back to the starting line. One more attempt to go. Joshua Genrich. Not able to get that truck to come off the line, so that will be his second and final attempt. So we'll get a mark from the laser, but that is going to be his distance here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So give him a big round of applause. 40.62, 40.62. Not able to get that truck to come to life for him here tonight. Truck getting ready to come to the track out of Baltimore, Ohio with a 94 Dodge 2500. This is going to be Case Alt with the truck called Borrowed Parts. So Case Alt getting ready to go with Borrowed Parts, looking to get beyond 319. And gonna get stopped right around that 300-foot mark for Case Alt. Distance for Case Alt and Borrowed Parts, 302.7, 302.7. Our next truck coming to the sled out of North Bloomfield, Ohio with the Dodge 3500. This is going to be Matthew Stam. So Matthew getting set to go. One final pass of the scraper roller with the Dodge out of North Bloomfield. Looking to get beyond 319. Matthew Stam with the Dodge. Wait to get that official mark. Going to be up around that 270 mark. And the distance for Matthew Stam, 272.89, 272.89. That'll bring up our next truck out of Folsom, West Virginia. This will be Sean Yunsiak with the Ram 2500. Yunsiak getting back into the sled. Looking to go beyond that 319 mark. Dave Francis holding on to that top spot right now, but lots of heavy hitters yet to go in this hot street diesel class. Sean Yunsiak. Gonna move that leader cone on up the track. We'll wait to get his official distance. And the distance for Sean Yunsiak, 3:28.75. He's your new leader, Sean Yunsiak, out of Folsom B, West Virginia, taking over that top spot. And we'll get ready to bring our next truck out onto the track. Out of Jefferson, Ohio, this is going to be Katie Haas with the truck called Dysfunctional. So Dodge 2500 getting set to come to the track. Looking to get out beyond that new lead of 3:28. So Katie Haas getting set to go with Dysfunctional. See if she can take over that top spot. Let's see what Katie can do with Dysfunctional. Getting that chain tight. We'll wait for the green flags. Green flags are out. Katie Haas with Dysfunctional. Katie Haas with Dysfunctional. Truck had plenty of power. I think maybe in the wrong gear. Not able to get any speed up on that run. So we'll wait to get the official distance from the laser. So Katie Haas, 257.49, 257.49. So our next truck getting backed into the sled out of West Deptford, New Jersey. This is going to be Hunter Marple with the Chevrolet. So coming in all the way out of the state of New Jersey. So we'll see what the Chevy can do. Is the mark to beat right now at 328.75. Hunter Marple out of New Jersey with the Chevrolet. I would say that's definitely our furthest away competitor here tonight. And the distance for Hunter with the Chevrolet, 249 even, 249 even. With an 04 Chevy Silverado, a tough running Chevrolet. This is Dale Bennett with the truck called Social Security. Also like to thank Dale Bennett and Bennett Trailer Sales for being one of our silver sponsors for the Bunker Hill Shootout in 2026. Along with our other silver level sponsors, Beery Garage Doors, Deerfield Ag Service, Charlie Hoffman Septic, Bear Brothers, K&S Millwrights, White Leather Grain, Dead End Deer Crossing, Marlboro Supply, Heritage Co-op, and Barnett Excavating. So Dale Bennett getting set to go with Social Security, looking to get beyond that 328 lead mark. So Dale Bennett, green flags are out for Social Security, looking to get beyond 328. Dale Bennett, Social Security. And the distance for Dale Bennett and Social Security, 349.09. He's your new leader, Dale Bennett, Social Security. Our next truck getting ready to come out to the sled from Hartford, Ohio with a 99 Ram 2500. This is Dylan Dixon with the truck called Wet and Wild. Already a couple top 3 finishes on the CS circuit in the open street diesel division in 2026. So we'll see what he can do here tonight. Dylan Dixon, Wet and Wild, looking to go beyond that new lead of 349. So Dylan Dixon, green lights on the sled. Green flags are out. Let's see what he can do with the Dodge Wet and Wild. Dylan Dixon, Wet and Wild. Gonna come up just a little shy of that lead mark. We'll wait to get his official distance from the laser, see where he's gonna fall in that leader group. Distance for Dylan Dixon, Wet and Wild, 343.97, 343.97. Moves him into the number 2 spot in the class. Dale Bennett still holding on to that top spot. Our next truck set to come to the track out of Homeworth, Ohio with a Dodge 2500. This is going to be Clyde Carley. Clyde Carley getting ready to come to the line, looking to get beyond that 349 liter mark. So correction in the lineup. This is Ryan Palmer with the 08 Ford out of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. see what the Ford can do. Ryan Palmer with the 08 Ford from Newcastle. We'll wait to get the official distance. One of the CS Point Promotions Tech officials, Ryan Palmer. Distance 281.61, 281.61. So just a few more to go here in the Hot Street Diesel. We still got our Cold Street Diesel trucks yet to go. Coming up next, out of Lebanon, West Virginia, this is going to be Darren Taylor. Taylor getting back into the sled out of Lebanon, West Virginia. Going to look to get out beyond that 349 mark. Attention on the grounds, attention on the grounds. If your child lost a set of earphones on the playground, they are up here at the registration booth. If you are missing a set of earphones, they are up here at the announcer's booth. Darren Taylor out of Lebanon, West Virginia. And Darren's distance 302.08, 302.08, so just missing that top 5. Our next competitor getting ready to come to the track out of Butler, Pennsylvania with the Ram 2500. This is going to be Travis Rittenauer with the truck called Playin' Hooky. One of the top hot diesel trucks in the region. Travis Rittenauer getting set to go with Playin' Hooky. Travis wants to give a big shout out to one of his sponsors, Next Gen Customs. He's already got a win on the CS Open Street Diesel Circuit, as well as a couple top 3 finishes, a tough running truck in this hot diesel class. Travis Rittenauer, Playin' Hooky, looking to go beyond 349. Travis Rittenauer playing hooky. Gonna be right up there near that lead mark. We'll wait to get the official distance from the laser. Needed to go beyond 349. Talk about close, ladies and gentlemen. Needed to go beyond 349. Travis Rittenauer playing hooky. 350.1. He's your new leader. Travis Rittenauer playing hooky. So 2 more trucks to go in the Hot Street Diesel and 1 exhibition to round out the class. And then we've still got our Cold Street Diesels yet to go. But the new lead mark out at 350 for Travis Rittenauer playing hooky. And that's going to bring our next truck out onto the sled out of Manaway, Ohio with the Dodge Ram. This is going to be Logan Zaponsek. So Logan Zaponsek getting set to go, looking to get beyond 350. So let's see if Logan can get out beyond that 350 mark. We've got green lights on the sled. Green flags are out. Logan Zaponsek putting down a good solid pass. Did a little bit of bounce and had to lift. Cost a lot of valuable distance. So wait to get the official mark from the laser. And Logan's distance 322.76, 322.76. Good enough right now for number 5 in the class. As we've got 1 more to go in an exhibition before we move into the Cold Street Diesel. Out of Brunswick, Ohio with the 03 Dodge 2500. This is going to be Gilbert Fuller. See if Gilbert can get beyond that 350 lead mark as our last truck, and we'll have an exhibition before we go to our Cold Street Diesel. So Gilbert Fuller getting set to go. 1 final pass of the scraper roller. So we'll See if he can get out beyond that 350 lead mark. Unfortunately, four-wheel drive becomes two-wheel drive. So not going to be the run Gilbert was looking for. We'll wait to get the official distance. We'll have a run down to your top 5 before we have our exhibition run. And the distance for Gilbert Fuller, 204.81, 204.81. Run down to your top 5 in the Hot Street Diesel. 5th place is going to go to Logan Zaponcek. 4th is going to go to Sean Yunsiak. 3rd is going to go to Dylan Dixon, Wet and Wild. 2nd place is going to go to Dale Bennett, Social Security. And your winner at 350 feet out of Butler, Pennsylvania, Travis Rittenauer playing hooky. So one exhibition run here in the Hot Street class. Tow tractor to the track, please. We're going to need a tow tractor to the track, please. So just a quick adjustment to the sled as we've got one exhibition run. So this truck coming out onto the sled from Jefferson, Ohio with the 98 Dodge 2500. This is going to be Aaron Flavel with the truck Chasen made a 300. So this is a 2.6 smoothbore diesel truck. So not able to run in the street division as they use a drawbar style hitch. Also running the front hanging weight. Now the trucks in the Hot Street Diesel division do run the same 2.6 smoothbore turbocharger. But these trucks are making a lot more power with the hanging weight out front. So gonna make a quick adjustment to the sled, try to get them stopped before he gets all the way out there to that sand pile. So Aaron Flavel getting ready to go with Chasen made a 300. So one exhibition past them. We've got 17 of the Cold Street Diesel trucks set to go. Getting ready back there in the staging area. Aaron Flavel getting ready to go. Chasen made a 300. We got green lights on the sled. Green flags are out. Aaron Flavel with Chasen made a 300. Wait to get his distance. Aaron's distance 318.23, 318.23. So we'll make a quick adjustment on the weight transfer machine and get set to go with the Cold Street Diesel class. So 17 trucks set to go here in the Cold Street Diesel. So getting ready to go now with the Cold Street Diesel. Our first truck coming to the sled out of Lake Milton, Ohio with the Dodge 3500. This is going to be Coy Smith. So Coy Smith kicking off the Cold Street Diesel class, 17 competitors in this division. Coy Smith kicking off Cold Street. Wait to get the official mark from the laser. Coy's distance 300.10, 300.10. Set to go and underway in the Cold Street Diesel class, marked to be 300.10. Our next truck coming in out of East Lake, Ohio with a Ford F-250. This is going to be Vincent Mayo. Vincent Mayo looking to get out beyond that 300-foot mark. All right, green flags are out for Vincent Mayo. And he's going to be right up there near that 300-foot mark. See if he can put that Ford past that leader cone. Needed to go beyond 300. Distance for Vincent Mayo, 3:01.73, 3:01.73. So he's your new leader in the class now. Our next competitor set to come to the sled out of Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio with the GMC 2500. This is going to be Braden Fisher. Braden Fisher going to look to get the GMC out beyond that 3:01 mark. Green flags are out. Braden Fisher. He's going to be right up there near that group, right around that 300-foot mark. Distance for Braden Fisher, 297.56, 297.56. Going to bring up our next competitor coming in all the way from Lebanon, Virginia with the 07 Dodge 2500. This is going to be Darren Taylor with the truck called Scrapyard. So correction on a lineup. This is Dean Bamus with an 07 F-250 out of Diamond, Ohio. to get the official distance, but going to come up well short of that 300-foot mark. And the distance, 270.53, 270.53. So coming up on a sled now out of Lebanon, Virginia with the 07 Dodge. This is Darren Taylor with the truck called Scrapyard. Vincent Mayo still holding on to lead out at 3:01. Darren Taylor with Scrapyard. Wait to get his distance. Looks like going to move that leader cone up the track just a little bit. And the distance for Darren Taylor and Scrapyard, 3:13.90, 3:13.90. So that'll be your new lead in the class. So coming up now, New York with the Ford F-250. This is going to be Joshua Gingrich. So the new mark to beat at 3:13. We'll see what Joshua can do with the 08 Ford F-250. So green light on the sled, green flags are out. Let's see what Joshua can do. Looking to get beyond the new lead of 3:13. Joshua Genrich out of Hemlock, New York with a good pass with the Ford F-250. And the distance, 292.24, 292.24. Right now, good enough for that number 5 spot. Up next, out of Hartville, Ohio, with a 99 Dodge 2500. This is going to be Drew Speedy with the truck called Wasted Money. So green flags are out for Drew Speedy with Wasted Money, looking to get beyond the lead of 313. Having some trouble getting that truck off the line. We'll see if Drew's going to be able to go back and make a second attempt. Giving it another try. We'll see what Drew can do. Drew Speedy, Wasted Money. And the distance, 248.97, 248.97. Up next on the sled out of Apple Creek, Ohio with the GMC Sierra. This is going to be Albert Wenger with the truck called Beast. So Albert Wenger getting ready to go with Beast. Albert Wengard getting right up there near that top. See if he can shake up that leaderboard with Beast. Albert's distance 294.84, 294.84. Right now good enough for that number 5 spot in the class. Our next competitor out of Wickliffe, Ohio with the 97 Ford F350. This is going to be David Gelbach. Darren Tyler still holding on to that lead at 313. Vincent Mayo in second at 301. David Gelbach doing a lot of bouncing, had to get out of it there at the end, coming up a little bit short. We'll wait to get the official distance. David's distance 253.23, 253.23. Coming out on the sled next from Perry, Ohio with a 2014 Ram 2500. This is going to be Jay Bishop. Getting down to the bottom end of the class here, just a handful of trucks more to go. Darren Taylor still holding on to that lead. Vincent Mayo in second. Green flags are out for Jay Bishop. See what he can do with the 2014 Ram. Jay Bishop putting down a good solid pass. We'll see if it's good enough to take over that top spot. And the distance, 3:21.66. So Jay Bishop, your new leader in the class. With an 07 Chevy Silverado. This is going to be Andrew Mylar with a truck called Sassy. See what Andrew can do with Sassy, looking to get out beyond that new lead of 3:21. Andrew Mylar with Sassy. And the distance, 286.25, 286.25. So just a few more trucks to go. Jay Bishop holding on to that lead at 3:21. Darren Taylor in second at 3:13. Vincent Mayo in third at 3:01. So up next out of Rootstown, Ohio with a Chevy Duramax, this is going to be Cody Dean. Final pass to the scraper rollers. Cody Dean getting set to go. See if Cody can get out beyond 3:21. Cody Deem with the Chevy Duramax. Gonna get up around that 290 mark. We'll wait to get the official distance from the laser. Cody's distance 288.55, 288.55. Four more trucks to go in this Cold Street Diesel class. Our next competitor out of Streetsboro with the 97 Ram, this is going to be Logan Sigmund. Final pass to the scraper rollers. Logan Sigmund getting ready to go with the 97 Ram. Looking to get out beyond 321 for the lead. Unfortunately, with the broken hitch, that is going to result in a disqualification. So up next out of Cuyahoga Falls with the 96 Ford F-250, this is going to be Josh McGee. Josh McGee getting set to go. So we've got three more trucks in the Cold Street Diesel division. See what the Ford F-250 out of Cuyahoga Falls can do. Jay Bishop still holding on to that lead at 321. So waiting for the green flag, see what Josh McGee can do. Get Josh's distance from the laser. We've got just a couple more trucks to go here in the Cold Street class. .276.24, 276.24 for Josh McGee. Truck getting set to come to the sled out of Alliance, Ohio with an 04 Dodge Ram. This is going to be Cameron Daly with the truck Cam's Auto. Two more competitors in the Cold Street class. Jay Bishop still holding on to that lead at 3:21. Darren Taylor in second at 3:13, and Vincent Mayo in third at 3:01. All right, green flags are out. Cameron Daly with Cam's Auto. Get the mark from the laser. Distance 268.96, 268.96. So our final truck of the evening getting set to go. Out of Newberry with the 95 Ford F350. This is going to be Connor Kuntz. See if Connor can take over that lead at 3:21, or if Jay is going to hold on to that top spot. Your final hook of the Bunker Hill Shootout in 2026, getting ready to go. So Connor getting ready with the Ford F350. We got green light on the sled. Green flags are out. get Connor's distance. We'll have a rundown here in the Cold Street Diesel class. Connor's distance 272.37, 272.37. So your rundown of the top 5 in the Cold Street Diesel division. 5th place is going to go to Braden Fisher. 4th is going to go to Kay Smith. 3rd is going to go to Vincent Mayo. 2nd is going to go to Darren Taylor. And your winner tonight at 321 feet, Jay Bishop. On behalf of everyone at the Bunker Hill Shootout and CS Pulling Promotions, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out in 2026 to the Bunker Hill Shootout, and have a safe trip home.